Yes? What's up? I suppose you want to know about the video game Slice the Ice.
On second...
Too bad. Or because the... Yes?
Yes.
You're what? Have it's... I know.
Now,
Then what do you...
yeah.
Of course. And the... Of... And do you... Of... And eggs.
It's very...
Of... And...
Whoa.
Of...
The website is slicetheice.com, right?
Right.
I like it.
And if they're...
On second...
Too bad. Or because the game...
It's interesting what the scientists in this lab are working on. There's lots of great ideas. A miniature distillery. There's nothing like a sip of moonshine after a hard day of science stuff. Judging from the many coils on the device, it probably has something to do with electricity. Given the current prices for electricity, such pocket power plants powered by clean energy are sure to sell like hotcakes. The signpost shows the shortest way to the different faculties of our university. After the bang, I'm sure windows 10 kilometers away are still vibrating. A movie shoot in the dark forest? It will probably be a horror movie. The sign says forbidden, road closed. Decorated with a few tire tracks. A toolbox. The construction workers working on the road here must have forgotten it. When I look at the hole in the road, I can only hope that they're still okay. Oh, what is that? A stone chisel. I better take it. Better not chisel away at anything else on this road. Oh, how idyllic! The village in the distance looks picturesque. But that's what I thought too when I first saw the 8th Resident Evil game. And the hero of the game, as we all know, fell by the wayside in the end. I hope the hero of this game is a little better in the end. No, I've already borrowed enough tools on short notice. The construction workers who work on the road here must also be finished at some point. Oh dear, what happened here? It must be hundreds of miles deep, and at the bottom flows a river of lava. I've seen enough movies to have an accurate idea without having to look down. Wow! That's what I call luck in disguise. I can only congratulate the driver of the mail van for his cat-like reflexes. That could have turned out quite differently. Master Painter Eddie Enderby, it says. And underneath it says, we mix our own colours. I wonder if that was such a good idea. The house is apparently for sale. The heater is certainly needed here in the greenhouse on frosty nights. Fortunately, it's summer at the moment. A huge pile of broken hammers and stone chisels. I wonder what the sculpture will represent when it's finished. The folding bed looks terribly uncomfortable, but still, better than sleeping on the floor. That would be Master Painter Eddie Enderby. It looks like he's changed professions. Probably a good decision.
Yikes! Who are you? And why are you standing in my living room? Did Alfredo send you? From the pizzeria, Alfredo? I had already told the last pizza guy that I wasn't interested in vegan giveaways. Alfredo is welcome to keep these chemical bombs. I prefer a dead animal-topped pizza over this vegan crap any day.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But, I don't deliver pizza. I'm looking for a box of flea combs that may have been recently delivered to you.
What kind of box?
One with flea combs. For the hair. Did something possibly come in the mail?
No, not that I know of. And I think you could also get your hair problems under control with thorough hair washing. You should treat your hair well at all times. Otherwise, your hair will eventually take flight and you look like me.
Oh no, the flea combs are for dogs and cats.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, I don't really care. Is there any other reason why you're stealing my time here?
Is there a particular reason for your bad mood?
You mean aside from my burned-down house, including all my belongings and the end of my career as a master painter? And apart from the fact that I lack the right tools to get my new career as a sculptor rolling? Or, in other words, apart from my acute existential crisis and the end of my life so far? Because you must know that I actually have a very sunny temperament. But at the moment, I find it very difficult to keep this sun in the sky.
I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I might do to lighten your mood? I do have a busy schedule at the moment, but I like to help complete strangers whenever I can.
Thank you for the offer. I appreciate that. But unless you can turn back time, or are a sculpt-in paraphernalia salesman, I don't see how you could help me.
Sorry. Unfortunately, I have to deny both.
What a surprise.
But I am quite creative in solving problems, and maybe I can think of something in your case as well.
Well, good luck. Your optimism honors you in any case.
May I ask what exactly happened to your house?
Well, my stupidity happened, coupled with my arrogance. As a master painter, I have always taken great pride in creating my own exotic shades. My Enderby Azure was the most popular blue in the entire region. And like any professional who's trying hard, I've always mixed my own paints.
Enderby Azure? I would have liked to see that for myself.
It was the most dazzling blue you can imagine, like the mesmerizing, sparkling blue of a deep, clear blue mountain lake.
Sounds great.
It was. But unfortunately, enclosed spaces can tolerate only a certain concentration of gaseous paint thinner.
Enclosed spaces? You mean you mixed colours in a closed room?
Yes, in my living room.
Why?
because I get cold easily at my age. Even a slight breeze is enough and I'm freezing cold. I needed warm, cozy warm. But unfortunately it became a little warmer than desired.
Oh dear. I can imagine. So you mixed colours in your living room and then lit a cigarette?
A cigarette? No. That would be irresponsible. The flames hit me the moment I turned on my TV to watch a new episode of The Blacklist on Netflix. I guess even the smallest spark was enough to make my Enderby Azure burst into flames.
Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that.
I barely managed to run to the front door and save my skin. But my eyebrows still haven't grown back properly to this day.
And now you live here, in your greenhouse?
Yes. And even though the furnishings are still a bit Spartan, I enjoy the pleasant warmth here when the sun heats up the air during the day.
Yeah, it's quite warm. And have you given up your profession as a painter and now switched to sculpting? Or why are you standing in front of this block of stone?
Well, all my belongings, including my beautiful paints and my expensive brushes, unfortunately fell victim to the flames. And sculpting and wood carving have always been two of my favorite hobbies. And I think I can claim to have some talent in these two artistic branches.
Now that's what I call a stroke of luck. And you're working here on what, exactly?
Yes, I must have really been lucky. One of my well-heeled Enderby Azure fans was kind enough to commission me to carve the portrait of one of his favorite actors in stone. He would like the bust to decorate the foyer of his penthouse. But I'm afraid that my new career is already over before it even begins.
What's the problem?
The problem was, or rather is, the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels which I ordered on Amazon for €49.99. I was hoping for an inexpensive start to my new profession.
Am I correct in assuming that this large pile here represents said Amazon order?
That's how it is. The hammers do last a while, but the chisels supplied, they break directly after 2 or 3 blows. And now I'm standing here with a handful of hammers, 0 chisels, and complaining to a complete stranger delivering pizza in my new makeshift, well-tempered living room. And even if I appreciate your interest in my life story, or rather crisis, I think you should leave my living room now. At least now I have the time to ponder a little on the subject of wrong decisions. You wanted to leave now? However, feel free to come back when you have a dead animal-topped pizza with you. Staring at this block of stone is starting to make me hungry.
Perhaps a professional chisel could make sure that you can finish your stone bust.
Joker? For sure, a professional chisel would help finish the bust. But I do not own a professional chisel. Just this cheap junk from my Amazon order. Or rather, I owned this cheap junk from my Amazon order. Because all the chisels from this order are broken. And with them, my hope for a new career as a successful stonemason.
Well, as luck would have it, I recently found a high-quality looking stone chisel on the side of the road. Presumably it had fallen off some truck.
Really? And you would let me have him? Just like that?
You're welcome. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the mask of stone.
Oh, I would be forever in your debt if your stone chisel was really any good.
Well, there's only one way to find out, isn't there? Here you go, and good luck!
Yes?
Still having trouble finishing the stone bust?
Yes. It's exasperating.
Why? Is my chisel no good?
Oh, yes. It's great.
Where's the problem then?
My cheap hammers from my 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels, which I had ordered for €49.99 on Amazon, are apparently not up to it. Previously, it was the chisels that shattered into 1,000 pieces after a few blows. Now it's the hammers that break after a few seconds. It almost seems like some higher power has something against me finishing this stone bust in a timely manner.
Or the programmer of this game?
Excuse me?
Behind you! A three-headed monkey!
Huh?
Luke, I am your father.
Boy, are you okay?
I'm afraid the programmer of the game's running out of ideas. Anyway, I better let you get on with your work now. The eyes of the skull embedded in the wall glow eerily. This is a special effect that is as impressive as it is creepy. At least, I hope that's a special effect. The heavy gate obviously acts as a barrier between the creepy estate of Vlad Popescu and the living world. This is the estate of Vlad Popescu, one of the greatest movie stars of the classic horror film of yesteryear. The tomb of M. Calavera. It says, during his lifetime, Mr. Calavera was rather bony and bizarre. But in death, thanks to such pale bones, he is certainly the big star. Huh? I don't get it. The grave of A. R. Wilco. It says, he always reached for the stars, but didn't make it, according to his memoirs. The grave of a H. Jones. It says, a famous globetrotter and scholar near and far. He's now in heaven, teaching his archaeology seminar. The grave of one L. Laffer. It says, while alive he chased after every young girl's bust. It didn't take long for him to bite the dust. An old rocking chair. Apparently solar powered. Why else would it rock back and forth so eerily? This huge, eerie mansion exudes a morbid charm. The older gentleman looks like the horror movie star Vlad Popescu. But shouldn't he be at least 150 years old? For 150, he really held his own. Hello, I really don't want to disturb your, devotion, but I have a really important question that I hope you can help me with.
Hello, young mortal. Welcome to the land of eternal darkness and omnipresent gloom. With what am I, Vlad Popescu, allowed to frighten you today?
Excuse me? Frighten me? Please don't. I had to summon up all of my courage to hike up the dark path here. But my concern is of the utmost urgency.
Oh, so you're probably not here to talk about my illustrious career as a scary movie icon? Then excuse my flowery greeting. My fans expect me to speak in this way.
Sorry, I am indeed not here to talk about scary movies. Maybe there'll be time for that later. At the moment, I'm looking for a package that may have arrived in the mail recently. You would certainly have noticed it immediately. A package with a cat.
A package? With a dead cat?
No. I do hope that Mr. Fumbleclaw is quite well.
Why would anyone send a package with a live cat? That does not sound very reasonable to me. But I am sorry to disappoint you. Neither have I received a package with a dead cat, nor a package with a live cat. Unfortunately, I get very little mail at all in recent years. I'm afraid the world has forgotten the great Vlad Popescu by now.
Drat! Again, no success. I'm running out of ideas on where to look for Mr. Fumbleclaw. Slowly, I'm really worried about the poor cat. Good, then I will not disturb you any further and wish you a nice evening. Very strange. Wasn't it broad daylight until just now?
I'm sorry I couldn't help you with your cat. But do you really have to go already? Unfortunately, I get very few visitors lately.
I don't want to disturb you any further. You seem very absorbed in your devotions.
That's all right, my young visitor. I've been standing here a lot lately, pondering my life. Oh, how rude of me! I have not yet properly introduced myself.
You are Vlad Popescu, aren't you? The horror movie actor. I think I owe one of my earliest childhood traumas to you. My name is Whiskers, by the way. Scott Whiskers.
Oh, you know me? Really? You can't believe how happy I am! Unfortunately, my name is no longer a household word among today's youth. Today, it is all about chopped heads and bloody, scary dolls. The times of dignified, scary cinema are, unfortunately, long gone.
That's sadly true. I, for one, prefer a classic Edgar Allan Poe adaptation to any slasher film of today. Real horror. Modern cinema simply can't do that anymore.
My dear Scott, you speak from my soul. Oh, how happy I am that there are still young people who are familiar with the works of Vincent Price or Christopher Lee.
Or the works of one Vlad Popescu. Which leads me to an important question, and I hope you won't hold it against me.
Go ahead, my uninvited yet welcome guest. Ask your question. As my life will last a few more minutes, I am willing to answer it fully.
Shouldn't you be dead by now? Or at least 150 years old? I bet I've seen you in a movie alongside Boris Karloff in a movie from the 20s of the 20th century. But that can't be possible.
Why shouldn't that be possible? I don't look a day over 149, do I?
You scare me. And that's completely without a movie screen.
Don't worry, my young Mr. Whiskers. I think I can let you in on the big secret. It probably doesn't matter much anymore, anyway. Indeed, the greatest secret of my life. And I must ask you to keep this one for yourself and take it to your grave.
A secret? Oh, I love a good secret.
Who doesn't? Well then, the Vlad Popescu you saw alongside Boris Karloff, that was. Well, that was my grandfather, Vlad Popescu the Fifth. And the Vlad Popescu who shone alongside Vincent Price in the late 50s. Well, that was my father, Vlad Popescu the Sixth.
Oh, and so you are...
Vlad Popescu the Seventh, and I fear also the last of his kind. The Popescu horrid dynasty will unfortunately come to an end with me. But that's alright. Popescu simply no longer fits in today's cinema. Today, it's all about pointy ears and fairy tales and space movies.
I think you would have been an excellent Spock in your younger years.
I have no idea who or what a Spock is, but I thank you for your kind words. My hope as an actor of the old school is still to play one or the other interesting role, and then disappear into the mists of oblivion.
Is that why you stand here at the graves? To remember times gone by and to commemorate friends who have passed away?
Well, unfortunately, it's the case that if you live for 150 years like me...
Wow, you're really into your role.
You have to bury many old companions, and it is only decent of me to remember the old times here from time to time.
Your melancholy is so slowly becoming contagious.
Oh, I am sorry. That was not my intention.
Is there anything I can do to cheer you up a little? Maybe a small cat from the animal shelter where I work would please you. When I'm sad, I always take an extra shift at the shelter to be with my cuddly Jimmy. His purring brightens my spirits every time.
I'm afraid my cat hair allergy wouldn't allow that. No, I'm only happy, really happy, on the big screen. But unless you happen to be a movie producer who has a role for an aging movie star like me, I'm afraid you can't do anything for me.
Well, I don't want to promise anything, but in fact, I have solved much more difficult tasks in this game. I will definitely keep my eyes open for a role for you.
And I appreciate that very much. And I very much hope that you'll find your package cat. No animal should be shipped in such an undignified way.
Thanks. See you later.
See you. And whenever you want to spend some time here at the graves, you're always welcome to do so.
If I were a dog or cat, I would only seek treatment from Dr. Stringer. Well, maybe in my next life as a dachshund mongrel. Even though Dr. Stringer will probably be 130 years old by then. The practice seems to be closed at the moment. Surely Dr. Stringer's making house calls right now. The gate leads into the courtyard of Dr. Stringer's veterinary practice. However, it's closed at the moment. Presumably, Dr. Stringer's making house calls right now. Too bad. Well, maybe I'll have better luck later. The idea's really good, but unfortunately the board is much too short to bridge the gap. The idea's really good, but unfortunately the board is much too short to bridge the gap. All right, 2 become 1. Ta-da! With the help of the magic tape instead of 2 long wooden boards, I now have 1 super long wooden board in my pocket. Good thing my magic pants pocket is infinitely deep. Good idea. With the longboard, I should be able to bridge this death trap. Perfect. Now I need someone who's brave enough to test this construction. Hold on. Even though I am quite happy to volunteer to test whether this construction can withstand my weight, didn't you see and read the sign there on the ground? There's a big and clear sign that the road is closed and the use is forbidden. There's already a bounty on my head because of the Chihuahua situation. Even though I'm dying to know what's waiting for me at the end of the road, I'd better not raise my police search level any further. Anyone who's ever played Grand Theft Auto knows that such a thing usually ends in a hail of bullets and game over. Wouldn't it be great if that had worked now? But unfortunately it didn't. Mr. Snuggles says no.
A hammer? It looks quite stable.
It is. A real professional tool.
Really? Sounds indeed like a tool that I could use well. The chisel you gave me is unfortunately the death of my hammers from the Amazon order of the 100-piece set of hand-forged hammers and chisels for €49.99.
Death?
Yes. I suspect that the high-quality steel of the stone chisel is not compatible with the low-quality steel of my Amazon hammers. If my cheap chisels used to break after a few blows, now it's the cheap hammers that shatter into 1,000 pieces after a few blows. It's so frustrating.
Well then, try my hammer here. As I said, it's a high-quality professional tool.
And you would just give it to me?
Why, of course. I'm dying to see which actor is hiding behind the facade of stone.
Then I guess the only thing left to do is to thank you again. Good. Let's see if your hammer is any good.
Can this be? Is this really? This is indeed the unforgettable, the unique Mr. Spock! Fascinating!
Yes?
Wow, that's Leonard Nimoy, isn't it? In the Futurama version. I'm deeply impressed. But why the critical expression on your face? Are you not satisfied with your work?
Oh, yes. The work is really successful thanks to your excellent tools, I think. It's just... I don't know. Don't you think that somehow that certain something is missing?
Well, I think you've done a wonderful job with Spock. Your customer will certainly be very happy with the work.
Do you really think so?
Don't you?
I don't know. Technically, the bust is already quite okay, but it somehow still lacks some character, I think. The customer attaches great importance to the fact that the work depicts the characteristics of Mr. Nimoy as authentically as possible.
Characteristics?
Yes, as far as I know, Mr. Nimoy was a very serious person during his lifetime on the one hand, with a cool detachment. Had a great sense of humor on the other hand, and I would like to depict both qualities in a subtle way with my work.
Well, the fact that you chose the Futurama Leonard Nimoy as a template is pretty funny. So that would be half the battle.
I think you misunderstand. I chose this cartoon template because its clean lines and colors made it very easy to chisel, not because I wanted to depict a characteristic of the actor.
Oh. I see. I suggest you let me think about that a little first. I knew Mr. Nimoy very well. First, of course, from all of his adventures with Starship Enterprise. On the other hand, I had the great honor to see him in person at one of his last science fiction conventions.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm convinced I can think of a way to make Spock's coolness and humor even better.
That would really be a big help. Please let me know if you have any ideas.
Promise. Too bad about the beautiful broom. With this, I can probably kiss my Quidditch career goodbye. No. Maybe have another idea. Interesting idea. But the glasses are unfortunately much too delicate to find a hold on the stone bust. No, I don't want to do that. That doesn't really make much sense. I better look for a face with a pulse for this makeup. Good idea, even if a little unconventional. By the way, the technical term for this is moon logic. Every adventure game that's something special also needs a few moon logic puzzles. Great! The pen is now ready for use again. And smells a little like a '68's Ford Mustang. Out of sight, out of mind. And the road was reopened. A big box with lots of great movie props. These funny glasses with moustache was the symbol of the iconic comedian Groucho Marx, member of the famous Marx Brothers. The decrepit power generator seems to be broken. This appears to be a blank employee ID card from the local post office, presumably to allow suppliers access to the movie set. Wow, a blank employee ID card from the post office. If I fill it out, I'll surely get access to hidden treasures. As a postal employee, you enjoy this privilege. The spotlights are aimed at the movie set. Apparently, however, without power. The area is perfectly illuminated.
One of the extras should actually be standing there. Unfortunately, he was terminated at short notice due to budget cuts.
The totem pole's really impressive, but this still looks unfinished.
Unfortunately, the carpenter in charge has left due to budget cuts. And now, I lack a capable replacement craftsman.
This is probably supposed to represent a Native American tent, but it's just a cheap plywood display. A Movie Master 6000 Professional. Pretty high quality for such a cheap production. May I interrupt for a moment? Have you seen a big, white, fluffy cat around here by any chance?
Excuse me? What kind of cat?
large, white, and fluffy. Probably arrived here with a package of flea combs.
Tell me, boy, are you on drugs? I have no idea what you're talking about, and to be honest, I have enough problems of my own here. Are you possibly another problem?
I think not, but I am a problem solver. What's the problem exactly? Are you shooting a movie here? I like movies.
Yes, unfortunately.
Why unfortunately?
The production company contractually obligated me to realize this nonsense through a legal dodge. And as expected, there's nothing but problems here. The world probably just doesn't want this movie to ever see the light of day. And that would be just fine with me. Ooh, I'd hate to see my name in the credits of this piece of work. I am an artist, and I've worked hard to earn my reputation as a renowned director and writer.
You don't sound very enthusiastic. What's the name of your new movie? Is it going to be a Western? I love Westerns.
Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods.
Ooh, that doesn't sound so bad. Mysterious and ambiguous. Why are the woods so bloody?
Vampires.
Excuse me?
The 3 daughters of the chief. They are vampires.
Really? And let me guess, they all fell in love with the same handsome werewolf.
With the same handsome cowboy. Cowboy werewolf. A cow wolf.
Well, that sounds really interesting.
Nonsense. Say it like it is. That sounds like absolute nonsense.
So a romance horror western.
Yes, something like that. The production company is of the opinion that this is currently very popular with the target group.
And you sound unenthusiastic. I know a little girl who would be thrilled.
If I wasn't contractually bound, I wouldn't touch this project with a 10-foot pole. I was a consultant and assistant director on such classics as Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans. And the production studio is probably of the opinion that my name in the credits would also appeal to the target audience of said movies. But I already mentioned it. Rather hell freezes over than my name appears in the credits of this piece of work. Nevertheless, I would also like to realize this project on a high level of craftsmanship and authenticity. But that's not so easy because the studio bosses don't have a clue about the Wild West. And they invested most of the budget in the star of the movie, Clint Akenthorpe. However, what has now led to a number of problems due to lack of money.
Did I mention that I'm a professional problem solver? What's the problem exactly?
Let's start with the obvious. The set is of the lowest budget in terms of craftsmanship. The tents are cheap plywood dummies, and the lawn is artificial turf, stolen from a golf course somewhere. And the carpenter of the totem pole, due to lack of payment, left after half of the work. Also, for budgetary reasons, all the extras were fired. Just like our star's youthful sidekick, who was never at a loss for a funny quip.
Woo! That sounds like a lot of problems indeed.
Oh, that was by no means all. The decrepit power generator that supplies the set, and especially the lighting with electricity, recently broke down. And last but not least, my star is on a hunger strike, since the access bridge collapsed and you have to drive a mile-long detour. And as a result, the catering has been discontinued.
You mean he's on strike because he's hungry?
Yes, that's what I said. And try ordering a pizza here in the woods. No pizza service delivers all the way out here. Damn, I wouldn't even know what to put as an address. The third tree behind the raccoon's den? You see, my boy, the project is basically doomed to failure, and it will probably remain a stain on my CV forever.
I'm very sorry about that. If my time permits, I'll see whether I can be helpful to you with one or the other thing, even though I actually have other priorities at the moment. But we movie people have to stick together after all.
You work in movies too?
Yeah, I did. Currently retired, unfortunately. But my parents still think that the video recording of my enrollment was the hit of the year.
I see. Well, in any case, thank you for your effort. But now I would like to ask you to let me continue working. I'm in the process of thinking up some spectacular camera shots for tomorrow's shoot, which becomes a real challenge due to the lack of actors, scenery, and good lighting. Maybe I'll just movie some cute raccoons and baby foxes.
Howdy, kid. Without photo, $100. And with selfie, $150.
Excuse me?
Autograph without photo costs $100. And with selfie, $150. You're here for an autograph, aren't you?
Yeah. Actually, I'd love an autograph. I'm a big fan of your movies. But I can't possibly afford that. Do you perhaps also take smelling bus tickets in payment? The next month's even already paid.
Nah, kid. Cash is king. Is that all? You are disturbing me here at work.
Sorry, I don't really want to interrupt, but you're Clint Akenthorpe, right? The Clint Akenthorpe. Hero of such legendary cinema hits as Revenge of the Groundhog, Bloody Iced Tea Parts 1 to 5, and one of my favourite movies, Weightless on Uranus.
Aye. Guilty as charged. By the way, my previous year's autographs cost only half.
Unfortunately, still too expensive for me. Can't we just have a little chat? You seem to have some time on your hands at the moment, and it's not every day I get the chance to meet one of the biggest movie stars in the world.
Fine by me, but please make it short anyway, kid. Time is money. And some people's time is worth more than that of others.
Promise. Oh crap, now I don't have my note with the questions I had thought of if I ever met you.
So, we're done here, kid?
No. What? How did you end up in such a low-budget production like this? Isn't the movie way beneath you budget-wise?
You know, kid, I'm not really interested in the total budget of a movie. As long as the producers can provide the money for my budget, I don't care if it's a blockbuster or an art house movie like this one. I'm not picky about that.
You think this is an art house movie?
Well, that's how my agent described it to me. But probably it's just a cheap horror flick with a famous director and even more famous star of the movie. But I don't really care, as long as the money is right. But what really bothers me about the movie is the virtually non-existent catering. James is babbling something about a collapsed access bridge, but I have a strict diet plan to follow. And without my daily special vegetarian diet, I can't possibly maintain my market value. My body's a temple, kid. A temple. Unfortunately, currently in acute danger of collapse.
Oh. And why's that?
That's why I'm exercising my contractual trade union rights and going on strike.
Ah, so that's why Mr. Pollock's on the verge of a nervous breakdown.
I guess so. Don't get me wrong, I like James and how he is desperately trying to make art out of this trash.
But as long as it's not ensured that I can keep to my diet plan, as long as no inch of movie is shot here.
Can I maybe get you something to eat somewhere? It would be a great honor.
Thanks for the offer, kid. But I don't think you have a clue when it comes to a balanced vegetarian diet when I look at you.
Oh, wait a minute. I am a vegetarian.
Fried vegetarian food is not what I have in mind. I need a balanced mix of protein, carbohydrates, and exotic spices. You can't get this specialty food at just any snack bar.
I can still keep my eyes open. I've solved much harder puzzles in this game.
Game?
Game of life. The game of life.
I see. Oi, kid. Knock yourself out. And as soon as my culinary needs have been taken care of, I willingly pose in front of the camera again. Anything else, kid?
Oh, drat, now I almost forgot what I wanted to ask you.
Well, lucky for me that it came back to you. What is it?
I'm looking for a cat. Large, white, much fluff.
Do I look like an animal shelter? What do I know where your cat is? I'm more of a dog person anyway. Fighting dogs.
Well, this is a long and sad story. To make a long story short, Did a package with a cat inside arrive here lately?
Kid, if the catering can't reach me, do you really think any package with a cat in it could reach me? Besides, I told you that access bridge collapsed. Haven't seen any supplies here for days.
Too bad. I was just wondering.
Nah, kid, sorry. And thanks to my allergy to cat hair, I would have tracked down any cat package within a mile. And now excuse me, kid. I still have to save some energy until the food is here. That was the last time I made a cheap flick like that. These small movie crews have no idea how to properly handle a star of my caliber. In the future, I'd better stick to Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich again.
I'm curious if Spock's long nose really provides the necessary support for this mask. Well, this may be a bit unconventional, but these funny glasses could be just the certain extra that Eddie wants for his statue. Symbolic of Leonard Nimoy's great sense of humour. And anyone who's seen him in Futurama knows exactly what I'm talking about. Now I just need an idea to symbolise Spock's cool detachment.
Welcome.
The horror cinema of today is also not what it used to be.
Tell me about it, my young Mr. Whiskers. Tell me about it. Nowadays, it's all about severed heads, displayed guts, and crazy guys with long, bloody knives.
Don't forget the crazy little kids who try to turn their pets into monsters because modern cinema suggests it's a good idea.
Well, that may seem a bit far-fetched to me, but yes, all the brutal horror on the silver screen naturally influences the younger generation. In my time as a young actor, it was all different. Horror was based above all on a sophisticated cinema of thought. It was not necessary to show brutality openly. It was enough to just hint at it. A loud scream in the distance. A camera panned to the sky when Dracula sank his teeth into the victim. An effective shadow play on the churchyard wall when the werewolf attacked his victim. Nothing was more gruesome than the horror that took place in the mind of the moviegoer himself. Quite apart from the fact that only in this way was a teen rating possible for such movies, and that automatically attracted a larger audience from a purely economic point of view.
Personally, I'm more of a fan of true ghost stories. I find a vampire or werewolf only moderately creepy. Although I have to admit that the Twilight Saga film series was quite scary, even if for completely different reasons.
I'm glad to hear that. You may know that I have had the honor of starring in several Edgar Allan Poe movie adaptations.
Sorry, when I think of Edgar Allan Poe movie adaptations, I have the especially legendary Vincent Price in mind.
That's all right. Vincent Price was indeed a great actor. And without him in front of the camera and Roger Corman behind it, Mr. Poe's movies wouldn't have the status they do in today's pop culture. And I agree with you, nothing is scarier than a well-told ghost story. An art that only a very few movie makers have mastered these days.
Like Guillermo del Toro with The Devil's Backbone, or J.A. Bayona with The Orphanage.
The Orphanage? I don't think I've seen it yet. Is that movie scary? Apart from the fact that I generally find children quite scary.
Oh, the flick will make your blood run cold. A really great told ghost story. Subtlety told, full of twists, highly tragic.
Sounds interesting indeed. Thanks for the tip. My young friend, this conversation is starting to make me a little melancholy.
Oh, why's that? Yeah, The Orphanage is a rather sad movie. But to be in a melancholic mood, you should have seen it first.
No, that's not what I meant. Unfortunately, at my age, the chance of being allowed to star in a classic scary movie is about zero. No one wants to see a washed-up, old-school horror star in a modern movie anymore. After all, the only thing I have left to look forward to is some small supporting role in another sequel to these weird star quarrels. I am afraid my time as an actor is definitely over.
Oh, I would find that a great pity. Well, I admit I haven't really seen many movies of yours, but your creepy presence is undeniable. When I first spotted your silhouette from the wall below, I had to summon up all of my courage to hike up here to your house. And if I hadn't been on such an important mission, I would never have dared to do that. I'm sure that there are still one or two directors who appreciate this uncanny, because natural presence. And I would recommend you directly for Susie Longbottom's Hamster Spider horror movie, if I thought I was doing you a favour with that recommendation.
Thank you, my young friend, for these kind words. In fact, I don't have much interest in starring in a pure horror flick anymore. And certainly not in a horror film by an up-and-coming director with a weakness for animal horror. Maybe it would be a good idea to play in a completely different genre. Maybe in a romantic comedy, or in a western.
That does sound like a good plan. And I'm convinced the author of this video game already has one or two clever ideas.
Do you really think so? Unfortunately, I've never met him in person. But he's supposed to be a great guy.
The best.
Well, then I'd best let myself be surprised for once. With a bit of luck, my days as an actor are not yet numbered.
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Is there be anything else?
I would like to know more about the Popescu's dynasty.
Oh, you're actually interested in my family history? Ah, nice of you.
So you're really Vlad Popescu VII, and therefore not 150 years old. Are you absolutely sure?
I would say so, and I am proud to have done justice to the dynasty of movie Popescus. Even though the dynasty will probably come to an end with me. Scary movie actors are unfortunately not as popular with today's women as they were in the good old days.
I find that fascinating. You actually look absolutely like your father and grandfather.
This is Hollywood, my dear. A perfect makeup and a small gene defect are all it takes for this trick.
Was Vlad Popescu I also working in the movie industry?
Movie? My dear boy, when do you think the first movies were made?
I don't know. End of the Middle Ages, maybe?
No, of course not. It wasn't until the turn of the century, that is around 1900, that the first moving pictures could be admired.
Whoops!
But Vlad Popescu I was indeed an actor, and he did so as part of a traveling circus in the old country.
Oh, I've heard the term old home in a movie before. So you're Italian?
Italian? Nonsense. My roots are in Romania, of course. You don't really know much about the world. Could that be?
Well, admittedly, I got most of my general education from movies and video games.
Yes, that's what I thought. But back to the topic at hand. Where was I?
At Popescu, Part 2 to Part 4.
Ah, right. Vlad Popescu II was an actor, too, of course. Just like the third and the fourth. All highly respected in the Kingdom of Romania.
A kingdom? A real one? Wow, that's so cool! With knights and dragons and the whole shebang.
My dear boy, please don't take this the wrong way now. But I think you definitely consume too much modern media. Why don't you read a book? preferably a history book.
I must have read A Song of Ice and Fire in its entirety 3 times already. And I've also been through The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit twice.
Be that as it may, Vlad Popescu V then eventually emigrated from the old country and made a name for himself in Hollywood.
And who came up with the idea of immortality?
Immortality? You mean who had the idea that Grandpa, Dad, and I all appear as the same person?
Exactly. Immortality. Even if only on the big screen.
Well, that was Grandfather's idea. He thought it would give the brand name Vlad Popescu the necessary mysterious aura.
And he was obviously right. I'm still not completely convinced if you're not immortal after all.
You forgot that at the stroke of midnight, I turn into a fearful vampire and eat the faces of young visitors.
That was just a joke. Right?
Who knows? Why don't you wait here with me for a bit until the clock strikes 12, and then let's find out.
I think I better go. But thank you for the history lesson. That was indeed fascinating. And if I ever come to Italy, I will look for the traces of the Popescus.
Good luck with your search. Is there be anything else?
Graves so close to the house, isn't that a little creepy?
Don't mention it. Why, I think everyone should have at least 1 or 2 graves on their doorstep.
Why would anyone want a grave on their doorstep? I find that extremely macabre.
Let me tell you, my young visitor, there is nothing more relaxing than standing in front of a grave for a while at the evening hour, after a hard day's work, and doing some soul-searching. After all, the dead have nothing better to do than listen to my everyday problems and give me 1 or 2 pieces of wise advice. In fact, one of my grandfather's best ideas was to negotiate with the municipality a cemetery outpost here at the Popescu property. Even though I think he did it primarily to add another layer of mystery to the brand name Vlad Popescu. Nothing sounds better than an actor of scary movies who lives at a cemetery.
I see. Yes, that does indeed make sense.
Indeed, right. It did not take long until the first guests moved into their eternal resting place. I think Mr. Calavera was the first.
Did you know any of your, guests personally?
No, not really. Some of them moved in before my time. But that doesn't stop us from having lively conversations at night.
How did they die, your guests?
I know very little about that. Mr. Calavera, I understand, had a minor accident with a scythe while mowing his lawn. Mr. Vilko must have been hit by a meteorite during a night hike, which came down a few hundred meters behind my property. No idea what he wanted there. Probably he had set up his telescope again to observe the starry sky. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about Mr. Jones.
And Mr. Laffer. Larry Laffer. The Larry Laffer.
Larry Laffer? No, the name was as it stands. L. Laffer.
You mean the first name consisted only of an L and a dot? That's what I call unusual.
Yes, indeed. A strange first name. But the last name is not much better.
I guess that's true. And how did Mr. Laffer pass away?
As far as I know, Mr. Laffer was the luckiest man in the world. He must have died 1,000 different deaths. He had drowned in the sea, been bitten by a rattlesnake, fallen down a mountain gorge, been attacked by wild animals.
Oh my. A real lucky guy. And what then untimely became his undoing?
Marriage, my young friend. Marriage.
Marriage?
Yes. Mr. Laffer was the biggest playboy and womanizer all his life. At some point, however, he made the momentous decision to sail into the harbor of marriage.
That probably didn't end well then.
No. In fact, that was the moment his luck ran out. One day after the wedding, he was dead.
Oh my.
A life full of debauchery leaves its mark. Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Whiskers.
Understood. I will never get married.
That's not really what I was trying to say. But be that as it may, lately I come down here in the evenings and keep my guests company. And if you don't mind, I'd like to stand here for a while and think about my life in peace.
Why, of course. And when I think about it, the idea of graves on the doorstep is not so wrong. When at that time, I must have been about 10, my beloved dachshund Robbie left me. My grandmother laid him to eternal rest in our flower bed. And whenever I felt bad and sad, I visited Robbie and told him about my worries. I always found that very comforting. Robbie was, in life as in death, the best listener one could wish for. I miss the little rascal.
Welcome back.
I might have a movie role for you which would be perfect.
Oh, really? Have you found your missing cat in the meantime?
No, unfortunately not yet, but I am quite capable of multitasking. And after having seen 500 episodes of Highway to Heaven in the afternoon program as a child, that probably left its mark on me a little bit.
I had no idea you were also a movie agent.
Well, I've always been a big fan of agent movies.
You don't say. But please, don't keep me in suspense. What is your movie about? Is it any good? And do you really think there's room in it for a grandpa like me?
Well, let's put it this way. The genre will definitely suit you. The movie itself, well, even if the director is quite capable, he certainly won't win an Oscar for it. And as far as the topic of the grandfather is concerned, yes, we would indeed have to come up with something. Unfortunately, the role is intended for a much younger actor. But I am absolutely convinced that you'd be perfect for it. And if movie and television can make up a 60-year-old Tom Cruise look 25, I'm really not worried about you.
What is your movie about?
It's a classic horror movie with vampires, werewolves, the whole shebang.
So, something like Dracula. I was always great as Dracula.
Yeah, exactly. Something like Dracula, with a touch of Beverly Hills 90210 and a pinch of A Fistful of Dollars.
That sounds like a daring mixture, and not at all like the Dracula I know. You said A Fistful of Dollars, so it's a Western? I've always wanted to be in a Western.
Yep, a Western, albeit tailored to a rather modern cinema audience. And to give credit where credit is due and lay all the cards on the table, this is a romance horror Western.
Oh, what now?
A romance horror Western! The genre is currently big at the box office.
You don't say. Doesn't really sound like something I would necessarily play. Is my role any good? I assume that it is the main role.
Well, no. You would be the handsome, young, funny sidekick to the main character.
So, something like the second lead role. Or at least the most important supporting role.
I'll be honest, I have no idea exactly how extensive or important your role is in the movie. And I'm afraid you better not expect too much from the role. But wouldn't even a small role in a blockbuster, and I fear the movie will be very successful, be better than no role in any movies? Such a flick could be an excellent springboard for further and far better roles.
You're right, of course. And please excuse me if I sounded a little ungrateful for a moment. You don't get rid of those star airs and graces from the good old days overnight. And you're absolutely right, of course. You come here, interrupt your important search for the little cat, and bring me this great offer. Of course, I am grateful to you. Very grateful. Even a small chance at a small role is better than no chance at any role.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Do you think I have a chance at the role?
In terms of your experience and skill, absolutely. The only crux, unfortunately, is the issue with the grandpa. This is where I think your expertise is needed. Do you possibly have any idea how the old Tom Cruise still passes off so believably as a 25-year-old Tom Cruise? Some magic Hollywood magic trick?
So, apart from Botox and special effects, it's actually not that difficult. Not much has changed since today. Only unfortunately I can no longer afford a personal stylist. Not to mention expensive professional makeup.
That sounds like two problems that can be solved.
Do you really think so? Maybe if I came across a little younger, I would indeed have a shot at that role. That would be absolutely great. I miss the big screen so much. And it's like you say, after a small, maybe not so great role, maybe the greatest role of my life will follow. Who knows?
I'm really glad that you see it so positively. And as far as the subject of your age is concerned, I'm sure we'll come up with something.
I think you've a scent from heaven. And please forgive me that the first reflex was to get out the garden hose and shoo you off the property when I first saw you. I had no idea. Should I go somewhere to audition for the role? Do you know any details?
I think the director doesn't attach much importance to an audition. A meaningful photo of the applicant is probably enough for him. He's a very visual visionary.
That should only be fine with me. You don't possibly have one of those great modern camera phones and could snap a few pics of me?
Unfortunately, I left my cell phone on the bus.
Oh, what a pity.
But don't worry, we'll think of something about that too.
Oh, your optimism is so contagious, my young friend. It is indeed long overdue that the name Vlad Popescu shines again in its old glory and from the movie posters all over the world.
I'm quite confident about that. Patrick Stewart made a terrific comeback as Captain Picard at the ripe old age of 81. And you don't look a day over 78.
Too friendly. In fact, I am even younger by quite a bit. So then, whenever the shoot can begin, I'm ready. And as far as the smaller hurdles that still need to be overcome are concerned, I have complete confidence in you now. My personal angel on Earth. Is there be anything else?
I have to go. See you later.
See you soon.
Oh my god!
What? What's wrong? Are you alright?
Behind you!
Behind me? What's behind me?
Don't you see that? There! Behind you! A three-headed monkey!
What? How? There? Damn boy, what are you doing?
Drat! I forgot the beard.
You what?
Oh my god! He's back! The three-headed monkey! But this time for real!
Huh? What the heck, boy? What What are you doing?
Well, you know the saying, the end justifies the means? I'm sorry if I've caught you a little off guard now. But you do have to acknowledge my adeptness at using the spray can. At least not a drop of paint ended up in your eyes. That's where my years of spray can training in painting action figures really pays off.
Drat! But why? What was all that about? I'll never get the colour out of my hair again.
I'm sure there's a paint thinner expert in the game who can give you some tips. And as for the why, well, remember that movie role I mentioned? The one in the romantic horror western?
All dark. Wasn't there a role for a young guy as a sidekick to act in... what's his name?
Exactly! A funny partner of Clint Ackenthaw, never at a loss for a quip. Only, unfortunately, you are admittedly a bit too old for this role. But that's not a problem. I've been going to science fiction conventions for so many years, and have always done my own makeup and costumes over the years. My makeup as a zombie from The Walking Dead was the highlight of every convention party every year.
Was that the point of your spray can robbery now? Because you want to help me get this movie role?
Yeah! I think a star of your caliber belongs back on the big screen. And if we do something about the wrinkles on your face, I think you've got a good chance of getting that movie role.
About my wrinkles? You wouldn't happen to have an iron in your pocket now, would you?
Iron? That'd be far too dangerous. It almost borders on assault. No. I'm sure we can come up with a less violent solution.
That would be very nice. As much as I would be happy about this role, it is unpleasant that I can only play roles with brown-haired characters in the near future. I am afraid you have done me a disservice there with your skills with the spray can.
Don't despair. I already mentioned it. Surely there's an expert for paint thinner in this game who can solve this little problem in no time.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely sure. That would not make a nice motif. Reminds me of the gate at Elvis. That's what I call a rapid rise. Now I'm officially an employee of the local post office.
I would like to ask you to keep your hands off this door. Access is only allowed to employees. Oh, 1 second. I apologise for any inconvenience. Now I can clearly feel your aura. You exude that unmistakable aura of an employee of our company. Am I not right?
Yeah. Sure. I've been working for the post office for many years.
Of course, yes. Now I feel it very clearly. My sincerest apologies. My employee radar seems to be getting error-prone. Were you possibly transferred to us from District 9?
Yeah, of course. From District 9. Freshly transferred.
Is old Charles still running his regime now with a hard hand?
Charles? Yeah. Exactly. That's why I was transferred.
That was probably the best thing you could do. The old dog is not easy to deal with.
Yeah, I guess that's him. The old dog. Now that I'm, officially part of the team, does that mean I can enter the warehouse?
Why, of course. Your employee ID card entitles you to freely enter all facilities at this branch.
Great! Then, I better get back to work. I still have a few packages to deliver before it gets dark.
Of course, and I apologise once again for the oversight. Welcome to the team.
Wow! That's an old package. The stamps are still from the 30s of the 20th century. I'm definitely not touching that thing. The last one who tried that had his face melted. And I like my pretty face. Judging by its thick layer of dust, the package has been here for some time. Since I don't know when my last tetanus vaccination was, I'd better not touch the dusty package. The package was completely uninteresting. Nope, I've never seen such an uninteresting package. Strictly speaking, this is the least interesting item in this game. And that's saying something. As tightly as the package was tied up, the contents are probably top secret. Something tells me that the contents are not meant for my eyes. On the lid is a cannabis plant. Better not, I don't want to get caught with illegal substances in my luggage. The police officers I've met so far have all been rather unpredictable. Wow. Now that's what I call a great spider web. Yuck. Ew, the package is completely soaked. Must be directly under a hole in the ceiling. Nope, I certainly won't touch that smelly and wet package. I can't say exactly why, but the package looks interesting. As a newly sworn postal employee, I certainly feel an important aura. It won't work. Even though I'm a big guy, my arms don't reach up there. I would really like to know what's in there, though. Ooh, a box in a box! A cheese replicator 2000 XL. Interesting. The package is addressed to the Pizzeria Alfredo.
Yes?
Would you possibly be interested in participating in a movie?
A movie? What kind of movie? My acting talent is rather poor.
Well, a western is currently being filmed nearby, and the director is looking for a craftsman who knows how to carve wood. There's a really impressive totem pole that would need to be finished. And I seem to remember you mentioning in that addition to carving stone, you also had talent in carving wood.
A western? Really? In this country? That's what I call highly unusual. But yes, you are right. I think I can say with a clear conscience that I do indeed have some talent in carving wood. And the totem pole thing sounds really highly interesting. But unfortunately, at this point I have to decline the order.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, sorry. This sounds like an exciting project and would make a great reference and prestige piece for my new professional career. But as you can see for yourself, I still have a little problem to solve here. And until I finish this bust here, I can't possibly start a new project. That would not be fair to the customer.
Yes, I think I can relate to that. Still, a pity.
Just ask me again after I finish this work here. Because as I said, carving a totem pole for a western, that sounds like something I'd like to do. I love westerns. Especially the old classics with John Wayne or James Stewart. Is there anything else?
That's it for now.
Good.
I really don't want... It's better if I... Unfortunately... The lenses of the glasses are probably the only stylish thing about this model anyway. I hope I won't saw off a finger now. Oops, the frame of the glasses has unfortunately not survived this attempt. But I do not think that this is a greater loss for mankind. At least I was able to save the lenses. Let's see if I can get the glasses into the mask without cutting off a finger. I should become an optician! I definitely have a talent for such delicate work. The glasses fit like a glove. And the mask is now a shining symbol of both Leonard Nimoy's unforgettable humour and his cool detachment. I think Eddie will be very pleased.
Yes?
Congratulations on your first work in stone! And if I may add, I find Spock excellently done. Both his profile, his cool attachment, and his humour were perfectly depicted.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can be quite satisfied with my first commissioned work, can't I? Even though I had to rely on your help for the final result. However, I hope it's okay with you if I keep quiet about your participation in the whole work.
Why sure, that's absolutely no problem. Creating such a work is much more impressive when you say you did it alone. If I develop a video game someday, I'll also claim that I developed it on my own. And then I'd certainly keep quiet about the 24 of helpers needed without any remorse.
Thank you for understanding.
But of course, Chief Engineer Montgomery Scott of the Starship Enterprise always acted as if he alone would keep the Enterprise alive.
Enterprise? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with science fiction. I actually only watch The Blacklist on Netflix. At least I did when I still had a TV.
Well, you should be able to easily afford a new TV with the fee of your first work in stone.
I very much hope so. But of course, only provided my customer shares your enthusiasm.
I'm firmly convinced of that. Who did you say your customer was? I would love to have a little chat with him about Star Trek. The fans in my circle of friends still wear their mother's homemade costumes to conventions. No one owns a penthouse with a stone bust of Leonard Nimoy in the foyer.
Sorry, I already mentioned it. My customer appreciates the anonymity.
Too bad. Not even a hint? Possibly one of the current Spock actors?
No. My customer is also an older man, and he's also an actor, singer, book author, and an eccentric by any other name. I mean, who else would put a stone bust of their dead friend in their penthouse?
Dead friend?
Forget it. I have already clearly said too much.
Ooh, I have a hunch about who it is. And yes, I also had the honour to meet him at a science fiction convention.
Well, I'm happy for you, my boy. Is there anything else?
Would you possibly be interested in participating in a movie?
A movie? What kind of movie? My acting talent is rather poor.
Well, a western is currently being filmed nearby, and the director is looking for a craftsman who knows how to carve wood. And I see...
A west, but yet?
Yeah, but this doesn't mean that it's an inferior production. I think the director, Mr. Pollock, has some talent to show.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, all right. Then I'd say I'll take a closer look at said totem pole and get to work.
Great!
Where exactly do I have to go again? You said the movie set would be nearby?
Yeah, exactly. Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
You bet. The damn bridge was almost my undoing the other day when I wanted to go into the forest to pick some mushrooms. And I almost fell into the abyss with my bicycle at dawn.
Oops. But I have good news. The abyss has been professionally bridged in the meantime, so you can get to one side safely without having to take a detour 10 villages away.
Really? Fine. I guess I'll be on my way right away and take a closer look at this magnificent piece of wood. When do you ever get a chance to carve on a totem pole in this country?
Well then, I wish you every success. I'm curious about the result.
Thank you, my young friend. And also, thank you for this great opportunity.
It's a pleasure.
See you later.
Whoa! You just appeared out of nowhere in front of me. Are you a magician?
Very funny. Tell me, have you been waiting for me here all this time?
No.
I had already wondered.
I slept a little in your makeshift bed back there.
Excuse me? You slept in my bed?
Well, you had disappeared for quite a while. And the bed, contrary to expectations, was quite comfortable. But this isn't about me. Were you able to finish carving the totem pole on the movie set?
Indeed, I was.
Great!
And it was really interesting work. I think the director of the movie, Mr. Pollock, knows his stuff. He had an amazingly profound knowledge of how the totem pole should look. He was of great help to me.
Yeah, even though the movie itself might be pretty trash, Mr. Pollock's a real pro.
I forgot to ask him when the movie, and by that I mean the wood and paint ad, will be released. Do you have any idea?
Sorry, no clue. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the flick ended up directly on Netflix. A romantic horror western is exactly the kind of program that the hip Netflix community expects.
Netflix? Really? I love Netflix. I always watch the Blacklist on there.
Well, that was just a guess. I can't imagine that any cinema will include this movie in their program.
Oh, I see. Well, let's hope for the best. But I would also be quite happy with Netflix. Then the whole world can admire my totem pole, and I'll be overwhelmed with orders.
Well, then I wish you good luck. I'd best go on the movie set right now and see the result for myself.
Good. And when you're back here, we'll talk about why it's not okay to sleep in other people's beds.
I think the package is here for you.
A package? For me? Really?
At least your address is on the package. Well, I didn't open the package, of course, but on the top it says Cheese Replicator 2000 XL. Best you take a look for yourself.
Really? My Cheese Replicator 2000 XL? The future of modern vegan cheese industry? And as I would like to note with pride, my very own invention. Oh God, I'm so excited! Yes, please hand over the package quickly. And keep your fingers crossed that it wasn't damaged when he fell off the mail van. That would be a disaster. After all, only this one prototype exists. And it has already used up all of my grandmother's savings. I'm so excited! Yes! It's it! Now, my young friend and budding pizza boy, you are witnessing the dawn of a new era today. As of today, no more crumbly vegan cheese imitation on pizza toppings. As of today, no more vegan cheese that tastes more like yeast than cheese. As of today, no more vegan cheese that stubbornly refuses to fry to a golden brown on pizza toppings. Today, and I'm pretty sure of that, is the beginning of the vegan pizzeria Alfredo's franchise chain. And all this because of an ambitious pizza boy who, by an incredible coincidence, found an incredibly valuable package on the street.
You sound like you're all really excited!
I am! Oh yes, I am! This marvel of modern cheese engineering incorporates all of my knowledge and the complete heritage of my grandmother. There is only this one prototype, at least for the moment.
So you have big plans for it?
I have. Soon, customers will be snatching my new sensational vegan cheese pizza out of my hands. And with these earnings, my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL will go into production, establishing the Alfredo's vegan franchise chain.
Are you really planning to switch to completely vegan? No more vegetarian dishes?
Right, that's the plan. The focus of the Alfredo's chain will be vegan cheese pizza in 1,000 varieties. And in addition, I will license my Cheese Replicator 2000 XL to the cheese industry.
Sounds like you soon won't know what to do with all that money.
That is why I am assuming. And I would also like to show my appreciation. After all, without you, all this would probably not be possible.
You mean you would let me participate in your franchise chain?
Well, not directly, no. But how does a first vegan-free pizza sound? The very first of this kind? You could preserve it and sell it on eBay, or just eat it.
Well, that sounds simply wonderful! Thank you! I am honored to become the first customer of their sensational vegan cheese pizza.
Great, my boy. Then give me a few minutes. Your pizza will be ready in no time. Just a moment. And done! Here you go! Doesn't it smell delicious?
In fact, it smells amazingly delicious in my pocket.
And is indistinguishable from a real cheese pizza in terms of smell, taste, and texture. I would suggest not to walk too close to stray dogs or cats through. You smell so irresistible now. This could turn into a flight to the death.
Thanks for the tip. Good to know. I think I already know a cowboy who'll be very happy about this pizza.
Of course, and I'm sure this cowboy will love the sensational vegan cheese pizza. And if you know any other cowboys, tell them about the Alfredo's franchise chain. But now I would like to ask you to let me continue working first. I'm afraid I still have that bulk order of sealing mushroom garlic bread to work off, before I will fully focus on my new vegan cheese empire.
What a great idea! That's what I call a sensible application for the Pants Pocket High Capacity Power Generator! The thing should provide enough power to brightly light up a movie set. Almost ready. The wiring should fit. But something is still missing. I think without the right mobile pocket nuclear power plant, the generator will not provide power. Possibly some other module works as a power source for green energy. I don't think the movie set needs very much power. Native North Americans were masters at carving these monstrosities.
Hey kid, is that pizza for me?
Mr. Pollock mentioned that there are a few issues with catering. And as I'm your biggest fan, I thought I'd just do you a little favor. I hope you don't mind vegan food.
Are you kidding, kid? I have been a convinced vegetarian for years. And you mean to tell me now you really have a delicious vegetarian pizza in your pocket? For me?
Yeah, I already told you. I'm your biggest fan.
Hey kid, if that's the case, I'm your biggest fan.
I hope you don't mind a quite experimental vegan cheese sensation.
As long as no animals had to lose their lives for the bacon of the pizza, I am open for everything. But as much as I'd like to chat with you right now, I can't possibly concentrate with that delicious smell. How about you just hand me your delicious vegan cheese pizza right now?
Oh, yes, of course. Here you go. Enjoy it, with best regards from the Pizzeria Alfredo.
Delicious. Damn, that was tasty. And you really want to tell me that thing was completely vegan? The cheese tasted so much like cheese.
Yeah, this was Alfredo's new sensational vegan cheese pizza. Created with the latest technology, supported by artificial intelligence. An invention of Alfredo himself.
Alfredo, you say?
Yeah, he owns the pizzeria a few towns away. I'm pretty sure that his invention will soon be the talk of the town.
Damn, kid. Do you think he could do that catering for the movie set? I would love to have a delicious pizza like this every day.
I think so. Would you like me to talk to Mr. Pollock about it?
That would be great, kid.
Am I also correct in thinking that I can tell Mr. Pollock that his star is now ready for work?
I am so ready. The combination of fat, sugar, and chemistry was exactly what I needed right now. Let's finish this damn movie. The sooner the better.
You again?
I might have someone for the role of Clint's sidekick.
Really? Who?
Let me give you a hint. He's an icon of horror movies. And his initials consist of VP. Well, any ideas?
VP? Horror icon?
Yep.
Vincent Price? Hasn't he been dead for a long time?
No! Not Vincent Price. I'm talking about the other VP. Vlad Popescu.
Vlad... who?
Popescu. Vlad Popescu!
Pescu? Never heard of him. The name is also a bit difficult to pronounce.
You really don't know Vlad Popescu? He's been making the most famous scary movies for about 100 years.
100 years? So he's... how old? About 130?
No, of course not. It would take too long to explain that now, but the fact is that he's got experience in the genre. Not to mention his experience as an actor per se.
That may be so. But as it happens, his experience as an actor does not matter. Nor whether he once played Dracula in a school play in high school. I just need a young, handsome guy who can do some funny lines alongside Clint.
I see.
No more and no less.
Would you mind if he dropped by for an audition?
Audition? What for? Haven't you been listening to me? He must be able to do absolutely nothing. He should only look good and be able to recite a sentence without mumbling. That's it.
I see.
Tell you what, just bring me a meaningful photo of your friend and we'll go from there. Unfortunately, the role has no demands in itself. Like the whole movie.
All right. Then I'll take care of the photo.
Do that. Is there anything else in your mind?
I see Eddie finished carving the totem pole.
Eddie? Was that the guy who suddenly showed up here and started carving on the totem pole without a word?
Yeah, I guess. Without a word, you say?
Yes, I just had another argument with Clint about his special catering request, when suddenly there was a loud hammering behind me. Did you send that guy?
Yeah, you said you needed help finishing the totem pole. And Eddie was looking for a prestigious figurehead for his new artistic career. And yes, Eddie is a bit special. Like all the characters in this game.
Huh?
Are you not satisfied with Eddie's work? Why didn't you just approach him?
Well, if there's one thing I learned from this production, it's that it's better not to ask too many questions. Just want to get this job over with quickly and get back to filming real art. But to answer your question, yes I am. I am even very happy with your friend's work. And after the first irritation and a few hints from my side, your Eddie really did an excellent job. Actually, way too high quality for this movie. The audience doesn't appreciate this kind of quality at all. But I don't really care about that. The finished totem pole has brought me a bit closer to the end of my involvement here. And I guess I have Eddie, and of course you, to thank for that.
You're welcome.
Is there anything else in your mind?
I think your star can work now.
Really? So, Clint has ended his hunger strike?
If you mean that he's no longer on strike because he's hungry, then you're right. And all it took was an incredibly delicious, sensational vegan pizza. Oh, and Clint would like the catering for the movie set to be done by Alfredo's Pizzeria a few towns away. You think that can be arranged?
That's the one with the sensational vegan cheese pizza?
Exactly.
I think that's fine. I get that through in production. In fact, one of our main problems was providing for Clint's extremely specialized vegetarian diet. If he has finally found something that he likes, that's fine with me. Pizza Alfredo's, you say? Now I'll have a timely sit-down with this Alfredo and discuss Clint's daily vegetarian menu. In any case, thanks for your help, my boy.
I'm always happy to help.
And I appreciate that very much. In the end, there's still a way to finish this damn movie someday. Is there anything else in your mind?
I'll get back. Wouldn't it be great if that had worked now? But unfortunately it didn't. Now this is very strange, but the hamster wheel could really fit into the fixture for the drive module. Someone really considered all eventualities when developing the generator. Indeed! Fits like a glove. But I think some component for green electricity is still missing. Great! Mr. Snuggles is already totally excited. He's a big fan of green energy and has always wanted to do his part to stop the climate catastrophe. And if he has a little fun in the process, that's all the better. Wow, this really seems to work. Fantastic! Green hamster-powered green electricity! I think that's the future. In any case, the movie set now has enough power again for the time being. And Mr. Snuggles looks like he's having a lot of fun at work. The little guy's to be envied.
You again?
The generator was professionally repaired.
Was that your doing? How did you do that? The generator was completely ruined!
Do you remember our first conversation, where I mentioned that I was a professional problem solver?
And you are, indeed. The entire movie set has power again! That's absolutely fantastic!
And the best thing is, the electricity is 100% green electricity. Thanks to a loan from the local university and the tireless efforts of Mr. Snuggles.
Oh, does Mr. Snuggles work for the university? Then please pass on my thanks to him.
I will happily do that. And now I'll see if I can find a solution for your other problems.
Thanks a lot. I think you've almost earned a mention in the credits of the movie. This could be the beginning of a great career in the movie business.
Yes, my friend.
That's
You again?
Is the production coming along?
Unfortunately, there are still a few problems that need to be solved. I'm still missing a sidekick for Clint. Some youthful, likable, and talented guy who appeals to the 13 to 25 demographic and gets the humor of the movie across well.
Humor? I thought it was a romance horror western.
Yes, it is, but a movie like this just doesn't work without at least one character to lighten up the whole drama a bit.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Production actually wanted to send me a catalog with photos of young, handsome guys, but they didn't.
Photos of young, handsome guys?
Yes, candidates for the role. Before I give my okay to the casting, I would like to see a photo of the candidate. He can't be too attractive and steal Clint's thunder. The main thing is that he has to be young and has a little talent and, ideally, has already shot a few movies. But as I said, I'm still waiting for the photo catalog of the production.
I see.
Furthermore, I would need a cheap extra who brings his small role, but as authentically as possible across. In principle, the actor doesn't have to be able to do much, he just has to stand in the background and look good. For the ambience of the movie. And when that's done too, I can hopefully, finally, start shooting. Not that I have any joy in realizing this trash, but a contract is a contract. You again?
Great movie set you've built here.
Are you making fun of me right now?
No, I'm serious about that. This mixture as plywood, paper mache, and golf course turf becomes quite authentic. This is probably how it must have looked back in the Wild West.
Nonsense. The set is a collection of the cheapest materials from the cheapest craftsmen the production studio could find. In order to be able to pay Clint's fee, the studio literally stopped at nothing. The artificial grass you admire so much is surplus material from a cemetery nursery.
Oh. Well, somehow though, that also fits a romance horror western.
You were probably right.
What I find funny, by the way, is that the trees and the tree stump on which Clint is leaning so casually are also made of plywood.
Funny.
Yeah, I wonder how many trees had to die to create the fake tree.
Ah, I see. Yes, that makes no sense at all when you think about it. But this is not a movie for great thinkers either. And presumably that's also true for the movie's audience and target group.
Anyway, this is the first movie set I've ever visited. And I'm a little bit impressed.
You seem to get impressed pretty quickly. When I think back to the set of Dances with Wolves, that was impressive and absolutely authentic.
I bet. But sometimes you just want to go to the movies, turn off your brain, and enjoy popcorn cinema.
If you think so, but please speak only for yourself. I will always choose a sophisticated movie over a mainstream production. Even more so when I'm forced to make a movie like this one. I don't want to consume any more media dregs in my little free time. And there are enough examples to show that a good Western with high standards and a large media presence are not contradictory. Just think of the Westerns of Quentin Tarantino.
That's right, Django Unchained was really good.
It's just that a good mainstream Western also requires a decent budget, especially for the set design. I'm pretty sure Quentin didn't steal sod from a cemetery for Django Unchained. And a shot on real grass. The best Westerns were shot on real grass. Okay, my boy, as much as I'd love to chat with you about the pros and cons of artificial turf, I've got to get back to work. Is there anything else in your mind?
Can I be in your movie?
I am not responsible for casting the movie. That's up to the studio. Do you have any experience as an actor?
I do.
So, do I know the movie?
Probably only if you've seen my parents' video recording of the school play of my theatre troupe at that time. So, probably not. However, the performance was a great success. Even though my role only had 2 lines, the doctor I portrayed was the topic of conversation for the next 2 weeks at my school.
I see. So it was a challenging character role.
Actually, no. During my second line, I tore half of the stage set with a sweeping hand movement. That was probably one of the reasons why my performance was the talk of the town. But it's always been my big dream to be in a movie.
I see, but seriously, my boy, friendly advice. Better pick a more challenging flick than this for your cinematic debut.
Maybe at least a little cameo appearance just before the credits.
A cameo assumes that people already know you. Otherwise, you're just a faceless extra.
Well, at least my parents would surely remember the school video when I perform.
Do yourself and your parents a favor, and don't get associated with this piece of work. And like I said, you better pick a good movie for your debut in the movie industry.
Would you have some insider contacts to put me in such a good movie? Surely you can pull a few strings for me.
Sure, no problem. I'll call my friend, Martin Scorsese, later. I think he's looking for some new faces for his new movie.
Do you really think I have a chance at a small role there?
Of course. Not.
Oh.
Seriously, my boy. The movie business is a shark tank. Especially for newcomers to the industry. You need a perfect look, decent talent, a good agent, and of course, a lot of luck. And I'll be honest with you. Unfortunately, you don't get anything out of it.
Ouch.
Is there anything else in your mind?
I'll get back.
Yes, my friend.
Do you need any help?
Hell, but your language suggests...
Well,
West...
yeah.
John Wayne? I did the...
So my... As... He was...
And you...
Even...
You would...
Yeah.
Oh.
Well...
All right.
That's all for... I have a candidate here for the role of Clint's sidekick. None other than the incomparable, unforgettable Vlad Popescu.
Vlad... who?
Popescu, a scary movie veteran of the old school.
Sorry, I have no idea who that is, unfortunately. A veteran, you say? So a pretty old guy? Do you happen to have a photo? His role is really not that demanding. If he fits visually, that's enough for me.
Yes, I have. Just a second.
No offense, but the guy's past his prime, isn't he? Sorry, but he doesn't fit the role of Clint's sidekick, unfortunately. A few years ago, I'm sure he used to be a good-looking guy. And back then, he probably would have been considered for the role. But in his current state, he would pass for Clint's father at most. Not as his sidekick.
Oh, that's too bad. Vlad would have been so happy to play this role.
That may be so, and I'm also sorry, as I said before. But I'm looking for a young actor. Maybe your Vlad has a younger brother?
I don't think Mr. Pollock would discover any acting talent in this photo. Maybe I'll just show him another photo. Too bad I can't photograph myself. I don't think Mr. Pollock made too bad. I don't think Mr. No, it's not going.
You again?
Are you by any chance an expert on the Wild West?
Interesting question. You think that just because I'm a movie director shooting a Western here, that I'm necessarily an expert on the era?
No, actually, I think so because you told me yourself that you were a consultant and assistant director on the flicks like Dances with Wolves and The Last of the Mohicans.
Oh, you actually remembered that. I am impressed. You have to know that I wasn't always in the movie business. Before all the glitz and glamour, I was a student of North American history for a brief period of my life. However, after successfully completing my degree and spending a year as a high school history teacher, I changed my mind rather quickly.
Was there a particular reason for this?
Indeed there was. Unfortunately, today's kids are all little psychopaths. And the kids in an American high school in particular.
Aren't you being a little too harsh with today's youth?
Quite possibly. But my delicate nervous system of that time was not made for the daily problems of the youth of that time. And secretly, it had always been my wish to make my hard-earned knowledge a reality anyway. I was a big fan of the cinema from an early age. And as luck would have it, and a few fortunate circumstances later, I took my first steps in Hollywood as a consultant on Dances with Wolves.
And because of the enormous success of the movie, Hollywood was then probably lining up for you.
Yes, exactly. I guess you could say I had done a pretty good job, and had made the right decision at the right time. And now, a few decades later, I'm standing here in the woods shooting a Western again, living my dream.
A romance horror Western.
Yes, okay, the dream requires a few sacrifices from time to time. But, my boy, as much as I like to reminisce with you, why do you want to know all of this anyway?
Well, would you be interested in talking to another expert on North American history? He's a luminary in the field, as are you.
I have a pretty tight schedule here. It doesn't really allow me to get distracted like that.
Don't you think there are currently a few problems that needed to be solved first, until they can start filming again?
That is also true. And the exchange with a like-minded person may give me some ideas how to improve this production. Who is your expert? Do I know him?
Does Lord Longbottom ring a bell?
Lord Longbottom? The Lord Longbottom, perhaps. Lord Albus Percival Longbottom?
Oh, you know him already?
Not personally, unfortunately. However, I am a lifetime subscriber to the American Archaeology magazine, and Lord Longbottom's contributions to that magazine were, or are, absolutely fantastic. His expeditions in South and North America are legendary, and milestones of modern archaeology.
Oops, you sound really excited.
And you know Lord Longbottom? Really? He's kind of like the modern Indiana Jones, you know.
Yeah, I know him. Very well, even. We've been friends for a long time, ever since we ran into each other walking our chihuahuas. And the comparison with Indiana Jones, he doesn't like that at all, but it's okay. I once made the same mistake. Would you be interested in a meeting? That could certainly be arranged.
Are you seriously asking that? Of course, I'd be interested. This kind of distraction might be just what I need right now. After all these years, deep in my heart, the fire of the historian and archaeologist still burns brightly. Even though I myself have never had the pleasure of going on an archaeological trip. I would be all the more pleased to hear from Lord Longbottom about his travels firsthand.
Great! Then I'll let Lord Longbottom know promptly that he'll find a like-minded person here.
Thanks a lot, my boy. I really appreciate that.
Good, I'll let you get on with your work.
See you later. I can't wait to hear from Lord Longbottom.
I have a candidate here for none other than
Vlad.
Popescu.
Sorry, I have no idea who that is, unfortunately. A veteran, you say? So a pretty old guy? Do you happen to have a photo? His role is really not that demanding. If he fits visually, that's enough for me.
Yes, I have. Just a second.
No offense, but the guy's past his prime, isn't he? So,
Oh,
that may...
Welcome.
I have to be. Now that you have this great and natural hair colour, I think we still need to do something about your wrinkled face. For the role in Mr. Pollock's movie, I mean.
And you think you have a solution for that, too?
Indeed, I think so.
Really? That would be great. So, what's your plan? I hope it's a little less, creative than your last one.
Don't worry. I already mentioned it. My years of attending science fiction convention qualifies me as a professional when it comes to costume and makeup.
Really? So you know how to use a brush?
I do. My face painting as a zombie from The Walking Dead was always the crowning glory of any convention party.
And you think you could spice up my face a bit?
I think so. And as luck would have it, I also found a collection of professional makeup on the side of the road. Presumably, it had fallen from the truck. And I would consider it a great honor if I could do your makeup and help you get this great movie role.
Really? You would make an old man very happy with that. My stylist from the old days is unfortunately long gone.
Sorry to hear he's dead.
Dead? No, he came to visit 2 years ago, then left, and I've never seen him since.
So, probably dead after all. Be that as it may. Would you mind if I now prove my skills with brush and makeup?
Of course not. On the contrary, I would be forever indebted to you.
Great. Then I'll get started. Please do not move now, if possible. And done. And if I may say, one of my best works so far.
Really? Too bad I decided years ago not to install a mirror here at the graves. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it now.
You can! You look decades younger!
In any case, the makeup smells nicely of roses. And also a little of cat.
I know, a daring fragrance composition. However, it is fully in line with the trend.
And do you really think I have a chance at the role now?
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Oh, how great. Can you please schedule an audition for me? Since you seem to know the director, a request from you will probably be more likely to succeed.
I don't think that's necessary. Mr. Pollock prefers applications by photo.
Oh, really? And you probably have one of those newfangled pocket computers with a photo camera in your pocket. And could you take a picture of me?
Unfortunately, I left my pocket computer on the bus.
Oh, what a pity.
But don't worry, I'll think of something else.
You have truly been sent by heaven.
Yes, my friend.
I have good news for you.
So, which are?
Weren't you looking for a like-minded colleague to share knowledge with?
Yes. So?
And had unfortunately rejected my extensive knowledge from cinema westerns with John Wayne?
Yes. As much as I like the Duke's movies, they shed a highly one-dimensional light on the events of the time.
That's right, and I'd promised you a meeting with my good friend James Pollock. Remember?
James Pollock, yes. I remember him dimly. That was the consultant on The Last of the Mohicans, right?
Exactly! And he'd also demonstrated his knowledge in Dances with Wolves. And for good reason. Prior to his career in Hollywood, he studied South and North American history and archaeology.
Sounds like an interesting contemporary.
Right? And he was thrilled when I told him about our friendship. He's a big fan of your articles in American Archaeology magazine.
Our what? Friendship?
Yeah, since we met while walking the Chihuahua.
Excuse me?
Okay, maybe I exaggerated a little. But you did want a meeting with a like-minded colleague.
And this James Pollock would be interested in a meeting? That would be splendid indeed. How can I reach Mr. Pollock? Do you have a phone number for me?
Much better. You can meet him directly. Today!
Really? How so? Isn't he shooting some movie in Hollywood right now?
As luck would have it, he's indeed shooting a movie at the moment, but right around the corner.
That is terrific. Where exactly is the movie set?
Do you know the collapsed viaduct a few villages away?
Yes, I think I read something about it recently.
Well, the bridge has been expertly repaired in the meantime, and directly on the other side in the forest is the movie set. You can't miss it, if you're not afraid of heights.
That is indeed great news. Thank you for making the contact.
After all, what are friends for?
Yeah, exactly. As soon as I have finished cataloguing here, I will pay Mr. Pollock a visit.
I'm sure you have many common themes.
I think so too. And this will be a pleasant change from the topics I can talk about with my wife. She is all about cats, cats, and cats again.
Would you mind if I borrowed the chief for a moment?
Actually, I do. What do you want with him?
I have an idea how he could add some authentic flair to a cheap western. The western their colleague James Pollock is shooting a few villages away.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I'm always happy to lend a colleague a hand. But please take care that the statue is not damaged. The chief is an irreplaceable museum piece.
I will. I promise. I have a candidate here for the role of Clint's sidekick. None other than the incomparable, unforgettable Vlad Popescu.
Vlad who?
Popescu, a scary movie veteran of the old school.
Sorry, I have no idea who that is, unfortunately. A veteran, you say? So a pretty old guy? Do you happen to have a photo? His role is really not that demanding. If he fits visually, that's enough for me.
Yes, I have. Just a second.
Wow, where did you find this guy? He is a perfect fit for the role of Clint's sidekick. Young, good-looking, and he has experience as an actor too, you say?
You bet. Vlad is an old hand in the movie business, despite his youthful age.
Really? Now that's what I call a happy turn of events. I've been looking for casting for the role of Clint's sidekick forever.
Great! So can I tell Vlad he has the part?
You can. And he should please get here as soon as possible. So I can finally bring this damn movie to a close. And I can turn my attention to more challenging projects. You again?
I'll get back.
I would prefer.
Welcome.
I have great news!
Great news.
Incredible news!
Boy, please don't keep me in suspense.
Remember James Pollock's romantic horror western?
How could I forget? The black lump of paint on my head is a constant reminder.
Yes, I'm sorry you had to make that small sacrifice for the role of Clint Akenthorpe's sidekick.
Excuse me? Does that mean I have the part?
It does! Congratulations!
Really?
Really? Mr. Pollock, already waiting for you. You'll find the movie set not far from here, behind the collapsed bridge in the forest.
So, the old dilapidated bridge is passable again.
It is. Or at least halfway. Still, I hope you're not afraid of heights.
For a role in a scary movie, I would also climb the highest mountain. And even if the role doesn't quite correspond to what I was allowed to play in my heyday, I am still overjoyed to be allowed to play again.
I'm glad that you're pleased.
And even if your methods were a bit unorthodox, I thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity.
I was happy to help. And I think you should be on your way now. Mr. Pollock is more of the impatient sort. And I think I'd rather finish the movie today than tomorrow.
Yes, I will leave immediately. And I wish you much success in your search for the missing raccoon.
Yeah. Right. Thanks. May I interrupt you for a moment?
If you do.
Of course. From the camera position, this perfectly carved statue could probably really pass for an extra. Today's moviegoers are not particularly attentive anyway. Let's see how the Chief looks here, in the perfect light. Wow! An impressive appearance. Even more so here in the perfect light. I wonder what Mr. Pollock thinks about that.
You again?
You seem so excited. Can the show begin?
I seem excited? Really? If only so that I can now bring this unspeakable project to an end. And as a result, I can devote myself to real movie art again.
So, everything is ready for your movie?
I think so. Your buddy Eddie really finished the totem pole with a lot of skill. Clint seems to have his vegan cravings well under control by now. The mute extra with the wooden look really plays his role absolutely convincingly. And young Mr. Popescu has already delivered a lot of funny one-liners, making him a perfect fit as Clint's humorous companion.
Oh, that sounds great! When does the shooting start?
Once you're no longer in front of the camera.
Whoops. Would you mind if I watched the shooting? Because I love movies.
Weren't you supposed to find a runway cat? You seem to like getting distracted quite a bit and quite often.
I guess that's true. But I already said it. I love movies. And I would really like to see the shooting.
All right. I guess that's only fair. After all, you have contributed significantly to the fact that I can now finally start shooting. God, how I have longed for this day. Well then, let's get to work. Well, go stand somewhere back there, shut up, and watch the professionals work.
Of course! Thank you so much. This is so exciting! And so it began. The shooting for Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods. A not quite so masterful western of the master director James Pollock. A movie that we would really like to have presented here in more detail. However, due to the age rating, we unfortunately are not allowed to do so. For the sake of the children. Seriously. This movie's really quite creepy. For many reasons. But this game is, and remains, a game for the whole family. Besides, you still have a cat to find. And really no time for movies. Seriously, you have no time for movies. Really not. You must find the cat. However, we are confident that you're up to the task. And if you're in the mood for a romantic horror western afterwards, search Fluxnet in the western section somewhere on page 36 for Cow Wolf, the beast of the bloody woods. A James Pollock movie. So your movie's already finished? That went faster than I thought.
What? How? Oh, it's you. Damn, boy, why won't you let me sleep? I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, sorry. I really just wanted to congratulate you on the completion of Cow Wolf.
Okay. Thanks. Now, let me sleep.
So the movie's really ready. When can I find it on the Fluxnet program?
Fluxnet? No idea when the movie will be added to Fluxnet's streaming catalog. However, it should be in theaters in about 6 months.
Wasn't the movie a Fluxnet production?
It is, but to have a chance at the Oscar, the movie has to be in theaters first.
Oh, you really think the flick has a chance at the Oscar?
Me personally? Never. Rather, hell freezes over. The production studio, however, thinks it will make a killing at the next Oscars. Which really just shows how little they know about movies. But it's not my concern anymore. I'll be doing real cinematography again starting next week. Maybe a really sophisticated, scary movie in black and white.
Sounds like a good plan. And what keeps you here now when the project's finished? Do they pay you so little that it's not enough for a bed in a hotel?
Yes, they did. But on the one hand, I enjoy the pleasant silence and good air here in the forest, and I get a great night's sleep. And on the other hand, I still have a few smaller reshoots ahead of me that I want to get over with as little time as possible.
Reshoots?
Yes, so-called filler material. Primarily nature photography. The murmur of a river, squirrels collecting nuts, raccoons planning their next raid. That kind of thing. But as always, obstacles are put in my way again.
Obstacles?
Yes, Mr. Snuggles is uncooperative and refuses to work. As a result, the lighting of the movie set is again completely inadequate. I can't shoot like that.
Mr. Snuggles? Susie Longbottom's hamster? What's wrong with him? He looked very happy in his wheel lately.
No idea what is wrong with him. I'm not a veterinarian. But it might be better if a vet takes a closer look at him. I have no desire to be sued for health exploitation.
Oh, is it that bad?
As I said, I'm not a doctor. The hamster just doesn't want to work anymore. I believe a few villages down the road, a Dr. Stringer has his practice. Maybe you should go to him with Mr. Snuggles.
Me? Why don't you go yourself?
Because now I'm in desperate need of a good night's sleep. You were the animal rights activist to the two of us, if I remember correctly, aren't you?
If I can help Mr. Snuggles with this, I will happily take him to the vet.
There you go. I knew it. And now please, let me sleep a little more. Just let me know when my employee is up and running again.
For him to be your employee, you would have to at least pay him some kind of salary. Or at least his food.
What do you mean?
I have to go. Sleep well. A hamster power state-of-the-art pants pocket high-capacity power generator! Mr. Snuggles seems to be on strike at the moment, though. Mr. Snuggles looks pretty exhausted. I better take him to the vet. Mr. Pollock's movie is as good as finished anyway. This is the entrance of the practice of veterinarian Dr. Alfred Stringer. The practice seems to be open. The front door leads into Dr. Stringer's apartment. The front door No. It's not proper to enter a stranger's apartment without an invitation. The village police don't usually take a joke when it comes to things of this kind. The large poster clearly teaches the correct operation of the common house hamster. Good day. My name's Whiskers. Scott Whiskers. Dr. Stringer, I presume.
That's right. Hello, Scott. Welcome to my practice. Do you have a small or large furry friend that needs my help?
You're talking about my buddy Andy. He's got quite a phobia of doctors, I'm afraid. I don't think you'll be seeing him anytime soon.
My dear Mr. Whiskers, I'm talking about a furry four-legged friend, of course.
Oh. Is your practice open yet? There's so little going on here.
My practice is always open for emergencies. I actually kept this morning free to take care of Buddy here.
Buddy? He's a pretty one.
He is, but unfortunately not the smartest.
Why does he have to be smart when he's so pretty?
Because then he would have refrained from rolling around in the litter box of his buddy, Cat Skippy. Buddy's fur is 50% cat litter right now. Small, fine, extremely sticky cat litter.
Whoops. And then his owner immediately dragged him to the doctor? Aren't you a little overqualified for that?
Can you keep a secret and swear not to tell anyone?
Probably not.
Buddy is my dog.
Really?
Yes. And if word gets out now, my handsome Buddy will be the laughing stock of the village for the next few months.
Well, of course, we don't want that. It's still funny.
If you've ever spent an hour combing cat litter out of your dog's long coat, you'll probably see it differently.
When I used to walk my Dachshund Robbie as a child, he would roll around in every other pile of excrement. My parents always thought that was great too.
Surely, you're not here to talk about our four-legged friend's preference for excrement, are you?
No, I'm really not. I have two major concerns.
Shoot, I hope I can help.
Well, for one thing, even though this may sound a little strange, have you received a box from the post office lately with a live cat inside?
Excuse me? A live cat in a box? That sounds terrible. No, of course not. Who would think of such a terrible idea? The poor animal.
Well, you have a donation box back there in the corner from pet hairdresser Ricky. And Mr. Fumbleclaw, through the most unfortunate chain of circumstances, was shipped in just such a box.
Yes, Ricky often sends me boxes of odds and ends. I usually give the stuff away to my customers.
And there was no hairy extra in the box?
No, of course not. Surely I would have noticed that.
All right. Too bad. Drat, I'm really running out of ideas. Your address was unfortunately the last stop on my list of potential package destinations. I was really hoping to finally find what I was looking for. Especially since you've clearly received packages from Ricky.
I'm very sorry not to be able to help you. I really hope that the kitty you're looking for is doing well. Surely it has long since found a new loving home.
Do you really think so?
For sure. You mentioned a second concern I can help you with?
Indeed. Could you help an exhausted pocket hamster? Make him happy again?
Pocket hamster?
Yeah. Well, the hamster I have here in my pocket.
You have what now? Let me see.
Do you really think I can show off a hamster here, in front of Buddy?
Sure, don't worry. Buddy knows how to behave.
All right, if you say so. His name, by the way, is Mr. Snuggles. Here you go. I think he's a little exhausted. He works namely in the movie industry, you must know.
Well, he's cute.
He is, isn't he?
He works in the movie industry, you said.
Yeah, and I think without him, one of the most important movies of the year would have never been finished.
You don't say.
That bad?
No. I don't think you have to worry about your little friend. It's just a little bit overworked.
So, nothing bad?
No. Just give him a little rest.
That's a relief. I think I'll let him sleep in my pocket for a little while longer. He's got it nice and warm and dark there.
Sounds like a good idea. A bit unconventional. But your magic pockets do indeed seem to have enough room for your little guy. So just give it a little rest. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Not at the moment. Thank you. Good luck with Buddy. I think he's only 40% cat litter now. Your professional treatment works. Through the window, I can see into Dr. Stringer's living room. Next to the door is a small scratching post for cats with a comfortable little bed on top. And in the crib lies... Oh! Can that be? Why does the cat in the crib look like the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw? That's a strange coincidence. On the other hand, Dr. Stringer's practice is on the route of the mail van I got from Johnny Scroot's computer. So it would be quite possible. Wow! I don't believe it! I've actually found him! No doubt about it! The longer I look at the kitty, the more sure that I am. I should definitely talk to Dr. Stringer. I'm curious what he has to say about that.
Hi, Scott. Any other hamster worries?
About that cat in your living room. I passed your living room window purely by chance and was able to take a look inside.
Really? But that's not proper, my young friend.
Anyway, I told you that I'm looking for Mr. Fumbleclaw. The white noble kitty of Lady Longbottom.
I dimly remember you mentioning something similar.
And I don't even know the best way to put this right now. I think I saw Mr. Fumbleclaw in your living room.
You think? I think that's pretty much out of the question.
I'm pretty sure, though. Because I have the precursor of a photogenic memory, you must know.
I don't think there is such a thing as the precursor to a photographic memory.
And I pretty much remembered what Mr. Fumbleclaw looks like. Large, white, pretty fuzzy. A real champion.
And you think you saw him in my living room?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Hold on. Now I have it. The cat you saw in my living room must be my cat, Skippy.
Skippy?
Yes. Large, grey, and a rather dishevelled fur from his nightly forays.
I'm pretty sure the cat I saw was white.
You must be mistaken. The sun's rays must have played a trick on you. And for sure, it was Skippy you saw there.
But...
Enough of that. You can see that I'm busy here. And, by the way, our village policeman, Sergeant Johnson, doesn't like it at all when visitors to our little community spy on the residents through their living room windows in broad daylight. So I would advise you not to do that in the future. Now, if you'll excuse me.
This is a plastic skeleton of an adult primate. Creepy. Yikes. Now just don't lose your head, Scott. I'm sure no one will notice. And when in doubt, I'll just blame it on Buddy. I'm sure he has many a bone buried under the pasture outside. It's so cute to see him slumbering in his crib. I'm so glad that the handsome cat's doing well. Only, how did he end up in Dr. Stringer's living room? I think there are some flea combs in the box. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of Ricky's donation boxes. Oh, a flea comb! Very good. You should always carry a flea comb. Never know when you'll have to deal with the little bloodsuckers. About the cat in your living room again.
Yes, what now? I already told you that you saw my cat Skippy there.
I'm afraid you weren't completely honest with me there.
Excuse me?
Just a moment. Does the cat in this photo really look like your Skippy? I think not.
What the? Did you take pictures of my living room? I think I'll have to call our village police after all.
Please. Dr. Stringer, I'm really not here to cause you any trouble. I've just been looking for the missing Mr. Fumbleclaw for so long now that I just need to know if the cat in the photo is him or not. Please, be honest with me. In the box of flea combs you received from Ricky, there was a cat in there. Wasn't there?
Good. Now that you have your photo, you might be interested in the whole story.
I am. Of course.
Very well. It's been about 3 months now, and my beloved Skippy died.
Oh no. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you. Skippy was already old and very sick, but he had a great life, with his beloved meadow right outside the door, and his buddy always by his side.
Skippy must have been a great cat.
The best. And then, suddenly, a few days ago, The mail was at the door with a package for me.
The package from Ricky?
Exactly. And you can imagine my surprise when I opened the package. And a white ball of fur jumped out at me. Starved, thirsty, and unfortunately, also full of excrement.
Oh, God. How awful. The time in the box must have been hell for Mr. Fumbleclaw.
For sure. To give the cat a little rest, I put up a little bed in my living room, a bowl of food and water, and pulled down the blinds on the windows. And the little one must have slept for 24 hours straight and gorged himself.
He certainly needed this rest badly.
I think so, too. And shall I tell you something? I fell in love with the cat from the very first second. And my buddy, too, by the way.
How beautiful.
And now, I should give him away, and thus lose the second cat this year? Please don't.
Oh, dear. However, this is really a tricky matter. Legally, the cat now belongs to Lady Longbottom. But, well, I'm pretty sure Lady Longbottom only sees Mr. Fumbleclaw as a champion of her cat breed, and doesn't really love the cat for its own sake. And when I look at the photo with the cute cat like this, and in addition to your quite conclusive explanation, I don't think it would be in the cat's best interest to leave him with the lady again. But the problem is that Mr. Fumbleclaw legally belongs to Lady Longbottom. But I could talk to the lady. Of course, without telling her the whereabouts of Mr. Fumbleclaw. Maybe I could negotiate some kind of agreement. Or something like that.
Do you really think so?
It's worth the try. And I've solved much more complicated tasks in the last few days.
I don't even know what to say. You would really do that?
Sure will. Surely a possibility can be found so that Buddy can keep his new best friend.
That would be fantastic.
Well, good. I think I'll go talk to the lady right now. There's just one more thing.
Yes?
What's Mr. Fumbleclaw's name now? I am curious.
I'm afraid I can't say that.
Why?
Because it's silly. And you probably call me crazy.
Now you must tell me the name, more than ever.
All right. His name is...
Yes?
Frodo.
Mr. Fumbleclaw is now called... Frodo.
I said so. I'm sure you think it's silly.
Yes, but why? I love the name.
Really?
Yeah, indeed. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, after all.
Really? I must have read the books 100 times. Great literature.
And I must have seen the movies 100 times. But why Frodo? Why not Legolas or Aragorn?
Simple. The cat has just as hairy feet as a hobbit. That's when I thought it was just fitting.
I see. Yes, then of course it makes sense. Okay, I'd better go and talk to Lady Longbottom about Frodo. Pardon, Mr. Fumbleclaw, of course. And hopefully I'll be back shortly with some good news.
Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate that.
Well? Dressed all in black? Did someone else die?
Oh, there he is again, young Mr. Whiskers. The man to whom I am indebted for eternal gratitude. And to answer your question, quite the opposite. There is reason to rejoice.
Eternal gratitude? Reason to rejoice? Let's start with the former. Why exactly is the great Vlad Popescu indebted to me for eternal gratitude? I'd have expected you to never speak a word to me again after I persuaded you to collaborate on this trash film. Not to mention the attack with the spray can.
Granted, the movie is probably pretty crap, and the use of spray cans was a bit unconventional. But by arranging the role in this flick, I was able to meet the great James Pollock. A more talented young man.
Sounds like you guys hit it off.
Even better. I will play the leading role in his next movie. An inexpensive art house horror film shot entirely in black and white.
Well, that sounds really great.
Indeed, right. No werewolves, no zombies, no romance. Just the camera and yours truly.
No one else in the movie?
Nope. The movie is called Memoirs of a Bloodsucker. And the title says it all. An old vampire ponders his life for 4.5 hours. And reviews all the good and all the bad that has happened to him in his life.
Wow. It doesn't sound like the movie is for today's audience, though.
Probably not.
But the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences will probably love the flick. Sounds like you're already assured of the Oscar. And I'm incredibly happy for you.
Thank you very much, my young friend. But unfortunately, even this role has a small hurdle.
Oh, what's the problem?
I already mentioned that this movie is also rather of the inexpensive sort. And I'm expected to appear there in my old Dracula costume. The one I used to wear all the time.
Don't you have a costume anymore?
Well, I never in my life expected to be allowed to return to my old role. That's why I had given the costume to a couple of kids who had rung my doorbell a few years ago for Halloween.
You didn't have any candy at home?
I don't like to share my candy.
You just gave away your beloved costume.
I no longer saw any use for it. And it seemed fitting as a gift for Halloween.
What exactly are you missing now? I guess a black cape.
A cape, my black wig, and my pointed vampire fangs.
I can keep my eyes open for these three things. I would really like to see you in that role.
And I would really like to play that role.
All right. I'll take care of it. On one condition.
Whatever it takes.
Please mention my name first in your acceptance speech at the Oscars.
Consider it done. Is there be anything else? See you.
Well then, good thing I already had plenty of experience as a hairdresser. I create all my own cosplay costumes and wigs for the science fiction events I attend regularly. I am a real artist. I could ask any amount of money for this wig on eBay. Good idea. I could definitely make a great black cape out of these curtains. It's a good thing my grandmother forced me to learn the art of needle and thread when I was a child. Even though sharp scissors would be quite enough for this job. Wow! I'd forgotten what a talented tailor I am. I'm tempted to put the cape on myself and go on the hunt for crooks as a dark avenger. This black cape is exactly what you're looking for, isn't it?
You have a cape for me? Can I put it on right now?
In fact, I insist on it. Now that's what I call an impressive performance!
Indeed, right. The cape is great.
You just have to promise me one thing.
Whatever you want.
I might borrow the cape for a few days for next year's science fiction convention. I'll be an impressive Batman.
Of course. Maybe I will even be invited.
That would be amazing. I think this great black short hair wig should meet the requirements for your Dracula costume, right?
You actually found a wig for me already. I am thrilled. Can I try it out right away?
Why, of course. And I'm sure it will look great on you. Perfect! The artfully crafted wig will give you just the dignity you need to shine as Dracula.
You think so? It's a bit itchy. And smells like floor polish.
Just wash it a few more times, it will subside.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The skull reminds me of one of my early movies, Monster Gorilla in the Land of the Lounge Lizards.
Pointed sharp scissors and a skull full of sharp teeth. What could possibly go wrong? I'm afraid I broke the skull. I've mentioned before that my talent for breaking things far exceeds my talent for making things whole again. But at least I have some nice pointed plastic teeth now. I guess those great teeth should make you the Dracula you've always been. The most impressive screen bloodsucker ever.
You actually found Dracula teeth for me? May I ask where you got them?
Better not. I literally had to rip someone's head off for them.
Whoa! Fine. Let's see then. The teeth are indeed impressive. The only question is how to fix the loose teeth in my mouth.
I suggest you just talk with your mouth closed and let your teeth peek out a little. This immediately gives you an even more mysterious aura.
You have really great ideas. You should work in movie too.
Better not. I probably couldn't handle my fame. I would eventually end up as a washed up, almost forgotten child star in B-movie hell. No thanks. I think that would complete your Dracula costume, wouldn't it?
Indeed. And you saved my butt again.
Don't mention it. All I had to do was commit deliberate theft, bash someone's skull in, and destroy a valuable piece of work equipment. I was happy to do it.
And I don't really know how I could show my appreciation now.
Not necessary. Just win an Oscar with your role as Dracula and then mention me in your acceptance speech. That would make us even.
You have my word. Welcome back to...
As for the costume for your new movie role, you look great as Dracula!
Thank you very much. And once again, I have only young Mr. Whiskers to thank for that.
Oh, no problem. You're embarrassing me. I was happy to help. When will the shooting start?
I hope in the near future. I think Mr. Pollock needs a few more days of rest from shooting his romantic horror western.
So I'll be able to see you on the big screen again in the near future at your former glory.
Why, of course. I still can't believe that I'm actually getting another chance to perform a Dracula.
This was long overdue. I hope that this role will be followed by many more. The cinema of today simply can't forget the old heroes.
I completely agree with you, my dear Mr. Whiskers.
You again? What now? These nerve-wracking conversations with pizza delivery people are actually Rumpstone's job.
Assuming I had found Mr. Fumbleclaw?
Lord Fumbleclaw! How many times do I have to tell you? What do you mean by assuming? Have you found the cat or not?
Well, no. I didn't. I'm simply curious.
How nice.
You wanted Lord Fumbleclaw to be the champion for this year's Ricky's Finest Beauty pageant, right?
Right. It will ensure my victory over Lady Beaufort's unchallenged candidate. A mangy crossbreed that is probably as lousy as its owner. I am convinced that Lord Fumbleclaw will win a triumphant victory. One last time.
One last time?
A triumphant last time.
Why one last time?
Well, Lord Fumbleclaw's shining star is slowly fading. He has secured me some nice victories for a few years now, but at some point, the time has come for every cat to leave the big stage of glitz and glamour. In addition, I already have a new champion at the start. Duke Puke Hairtuft.
Duke... who?
Duke Puke Hairtuft. I name all my cats after their most essential characteristics. And the good Duke is now at the best age to take over Lord Fumbleclaw's throne. Here's to Lady Beaufort kissing the hairy bottoms of my champions for many years to come. From second place on the winner's podium.
And then what happens to Lord Fumbleclaw next year?
Honestly, I pretty much don't care. Maybe I can find someone on eBay who will offer some money for him.
eBay?
Or whatever. I told you that I don't care.
Really? I can't say I like that.
Well, I pretty much don't care about that either.
If he already has to lose his home here, why don't you make sure he finds a nice new home? Give him to the animal shelter for professional placement.
Animal shelter? Yes, why not? Probably no one will pay me a nice sum for a champion of days gone by anyway.
Well, as luck would have it, I work for the animal shelter.
Do you? As a pizza guy, you're supposed to be swimming in tips, right?
I don't work there for money's sake.
So you plan to marry rich someday? From my own experience, I can assure you that this is a good plan.
Anyway, I'd like to offer you that I will take care of the animal shelter formalities and the later placement of Lord Fumbleclaw.
You would?
With pleasure.
Good. Why not? One less thing for me to deal with.
Great.
But one thing at a time. First of all, make sure that Lord Fumbleclaw is found and stands on the winner's podium of Ricky's Finest. After that, you can do what you want with the cat.
All right. Find Frodo, making sure he wins, placing him in a new home. Good plan.
Who is Frodo?
See you later. I think I have a hot lead on Lord Fumbleclaw.